Hello, and welcome back to the lands of Aecathan. No professionals, no fancy tech, just a group of women playing an all-original game of Dungeons & Dragons. I'm Jeff, your game master of choice, and as it happens, there has developed a greeting among lengthy desert travelers searching for water. When they encounter each other, they say, "Long time, no see."
Oh, no. Oh, no. A sea of desert, baby. Oh, a sea of sand. Long time no see.
3 weeks.
2 weeks we didn't have to listen to one, and all of a sudden.
Uh-huh.
No, she's thinking 2 weeks, and that's what you came up with.
Oh, ouch.
I'm running out of desert puns, okay? You gotta move on.
Okay. Well, we're working on it. We're working
We're
on
getting ready
it.
to leave, hopefully, right?
Yep. Well, let me bring you up to speed since this is the first time we've been on in 3 weeks. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Because we had summer vacation here. Lots of us doing lots of various and sundry things. But we're back now. So here's what happened in the last episode that I just rewatched today so I would know what happened. After a lovely breakfast with Gwen's cousin Arona in Tasha's mansion, the four went out to find the Chieftain of the Oasis in his home to coordinate meeting with representatives from the Jogravanan caravan, plus informing them of the change in procedure for them securing water. After Tef, the chieftain, got the potions that allow access to the oasis water sent to the delirious traveler, and Drigo, who owns the delirious traveler, set out the table and chairs, the Jogravanans arrived. The meeting between Tef and the squad of Jogravanan guards sent to secure the water purchase ended with the guards leaving unhappy and unsatisfied. At that point, Tef informed the four that there would be another delegation, likely the leaders of the caravan, coming back to discuss the demand that the Jogravanans pay for the water with their slaves. Tef and Drigo came up with a way to disguise the four so they could be there at the second meeting. When the Jogravanans arrived the second time, the guard captain and the guards were still there, but now there was also a priestess of Gadola and a black and red swathed figure who arrived to negotiate, only to end up being forced to accept the Oasis's offer. They settled on an exchange process. They would let in one slave into the oasis for every water bearer allowed to leave with the water. Unfortunately, this left 3/4 of the slaves outside the oasis, and the Jogravanans proved true to their reputation and attempted to kill the remaining slaves by collapsing the sand under them and sending Tlinkali to slay those who then were in this sandy pit. The four sprung into action and attempted to save as many as they could, but a few were abducted by the Tlinkali after they were driven off. At that point, the four returned with the remaining slaves, both living and dead, to the oasis. And that was where we stopped. So, Mighty Adventurers 4. As the 10-minute trip from the edge of the oasis back to the settled areas commences, what would you like to do?
Well, I'm gonna curse a lot.
I think
And
we've been cursing.
they are colorful, inventive curses.
I'm
Yeah.
pushing the carpet along.
Just for fun, Tasha, make a performance check.
Mm-hmm.
First roll of the night. For swearing.
25.
Yeah, it's pretty inventive curses.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. May they all be given, may they all lose their tongues and their eyes and be forced to walk around like that for centuries.
I like it. Brilliant.
May they suddenly switch all of their gender parts.
Ooh,
Ugh.
that's definitely an intriguing one.
May they live a life of to the pain.
Oh.
Yes. No ears,
Wow.
no eyes, nothing.
No. Their ears they keep.
Oh, that's
so they
right.
can hear the moans and the
The
screams.
screams. What,
of
my
those who
God,
look
what
upon
is
you.
that thing?
Yeah, that's right.
They're perfect ears.
Yes. Ugh. So mad.
So do we just do the mansion right here, or are we gonna?
I want to make sure that it is a little further in.
Well, a good
We
chunk
had
of the
talked
slaves are already back in the settled area of the camp.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
We're gonna.
so I asked Tef where we can put the mansion.
Upon entering back to the settled area of the Oasis, you see that Tef and the guards have sort of corralled the slaves in the central town meeting area, and because there are places to sit, the guards and Drigo are handing out as much water as people want. Drigo has a couple servers running back and forth from the edge of the Oasis lake, bringing in fresh, cool water.
Okay. So I go up to Tef and say, where would be the best place for me to place the mansion?
I don't know. What's required? How much space do you need?
How much? How big is it?
It's like a 4x8 doorway.
I just need a 4x8 doorway. So.
Oh. Well, I suppose you could do that anyway.
Yeah.
All right. Well, then I.
If you don't want to do it out here, I suppose I could I could tell Drigo to let you do it inside his place.
Well, we
Although
have to
I'm
get all those
almost
everyone.
certain he doesn't want any of these people in his bar.
No, that's all right.
We don't want to carry all the injured and
No.
Well,
I-
his establishment is right next to the central camping area,
right.
Right.
because that's where you had the meeting in the first place.
Right. But we don't want to take a carpet of dead
No.
bodies.
I'm following everybody
So,
behind.
so I just I kind of do it next to the bar.
Okay.
And so I cast it.
Okay. And since Annette has already described this to me, Tasha is reconfiguring the mansion so that what was the stables is now a triage area. The central hallway on the first floor stays the same. The kitchen stays the same. To the right, where the living room was, is now a massive chamber that uses up the space of the 2 guest rooms and the entire second floor. And will have beds for everyone. The third floor is now the second floor, and there are just the 4 bedrooms for the 4. And off the central chamber, as you come in out of the stable, there is a now another doorway leading into a small cold room for storing the corpses. So that's the new layout of the mansion for this endeavor. So the door springs up.
And I start, telling the people to walk through. And
We should have somebody on the inside also to.
yeah.
So somebody
I'll
on the
go
outside, somebody on the
first.
inside. Okay, and I'll follow up at the back with the carpet still.
Okay.
I'm behind everybody a little bit.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. And Aribell, where are you?
I am walking back with the carpet.
Okay.
So that anybody
Yeah.
comes to run to their loved one, I can try and offer them comfort and reassurance. That
Okay. You and I got the carpet back there. Okay.
Okay. As each person very hesitantly approaches the door, you'll need their name in order to add them to the guest list. So,
What is your name?
and they proceed to mumble. They are, well, what would this be? Tasha, make an insight check.
$23.
They're terrified. They have no idea what's going on.
So we should tell them.
They need to give their name in order to be able to come and go freely, correct?
Yes.
Maybe we shouldn't have them do that right now.
Well, there's
we have
there's
to.
no way to let them enter without also letting them be allowed to leave.
Right.
Okay.
Well, the thing gets.
If everyone could just listen to me for a second.
Make a performance check.
$26.
Slowly, the assembled group quiets completely. Not that they were making a lot of noise to begin with. And they kind of turn sort of like this, just kind of like staring at you with suspicious eyes.
My name is Tasha, and I was once like you. I was once someone's property. And now, like me, you are no longer anyone's property but your own. We are going to take you into my mansion so that you can be cleaned up and healed. And then we will be taking you to an island filled with clerics.
You see immediately a large percentage of them go,
Where you will learn to be free, and you will be given training so that you can make your own living and be free. Not the clerics that you have seen before, but clerics of good.
Many of them do not appear to believe you.
Well, wait till tomorrow.
Jeff, I'm going to actually leave Zori and walk to the front so I can get into the triage area. I forgot about that.
Okay.
You will, and this may be hard to believe right now, and I understand that because there was a time when I would not have believed either. But we will show you through our actions that you are free and that you may now begin to make your own choices. There will be beds for everyone in the mansion and a place to rest, and there will be as much food as you require.
Tef steps up next to you. My name is Tef. This community is a community of good people, and I'm honored to lead it. I can't say that I know these 4 women very well, but as it turns out, one of them, that one over there, is actually has family here, and big surprise to her, big surprise to them. But what I'm trying to say is, you can trust them. They are not like those assholes that dragged you out into the desert. And nobody's going to get fed to one of those scorpion things. Everything that Tasha just said, absolutely true. So, I know you're nervous, I know you're scared, you don't know what's going on, but let me tell you, your lives just got a whole lot better. So, go ahead. Go in and, learn what it's like to feel free again. Or maybe for the first time.
Is there anybody towards the front that's injured?
Unfortunately, he seems to have made things worse somehow.
Oh no.
Are we still disguised?
Disguised?
Yeah, I believe you
Oh.
are.
Let's take
With
off our
them.
masks.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that came off. Yeah.
Let's drop the disguises.
Yep.
Tasha, maybe you could play something to soothe them.
Okay.
All right, now
Hold
you're
on.
looking for. Make a perception check, Aribell.
My dice. I didn't forget you. Not bad. 28.
Ooh, that's good.
Near the front of the group, off to your right, there is an older man who is cradling his left arm, and there is clearly some sort of injury to his upper arm that has been in place for some time and has gone gangrenous.
Oh gosh.
Okay. I'm gonna walk up to him.
Okay. He
And I hold out my
cowers a
hand.
little.
Sir, may I help you feel better? My name is Aribell.
And he just stares at your hand and then glances back up at your face.
Will you take my hand?
He doesn't seem to understand you.
I reach out and kind of not where he's injured, but on his other hand, and just gently put my hand on his.
And he flinches, and then when you don't hurt him, looks a little bit more confused.
Going to help your shoulder feel better. And I'm going to just do lay on hands.
Okay.
Oh, so telling them what we're going to do may not work because they may not understand a different language. Great. Okay,
Ah.
Or they just may not understand that somebody's really not going to hurt them.
got it.
So I thought maybe if they saw. So 5 hit points will cure a disease or neutralize a poison. So that would take care of the gangrene, right?
Yep.
And then how many? They probably don't have very many hit points.
Probably another 4.
4. Okay, so I'll put 9.
The older man jerks and looks at his arm, and as he watches, the gangrene evaporates, and then slowly the wound knits until there's nothing left but a fresh scar. And he looks back at you
I just smile.
and says something in a language that you don't understand. And then turns around and holds his arm up and says something loudly in that language, and suddenly they are all rushing forward. And they're all talking at once, and none of them are making any sense to any of you.
Does somebody have comprehend languages?
I do not.
I do not either.
I think Athgarr was the one with it, but I can't remember.
Yeah.
Look at Tef. Do you understand their language?
Let me see what languages Tef speaks.
I was gonna say, in order to get them in the doorway, Aribell, Tasha, and then point to them and see if that helps.
Okay, I'm gonna use message. I'm
For-
going to point at the old man and use message, because I can do that at will. Because it's and hopefully, because it's magical, he'll understand me. I don't know.
Oh, I don't remember about that.
Let me see.
That's something that comes across in the language that they understand, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's something somebody has.
Yeah, it doesn't say. It just says you can
Whisper a message.
whisper a message, but
You
Is it-
don't want to freak him out worse, do you?
It's in whatever language you speak.
oh, so they're not understanding it.
No.
Never mind. Never mind. That was a nice try. Ah, boo.
Let's ask the mayor, is there anyone in your town that knows how to translate languages?
Well, don't know right offhand, but I can go around and ask.
All right. Well, in the meantime, I'm going to play something soothing and comforting.
Okay.
Even if they, and then I'm not even gonna sing. I'm just gonna play.
Oh, does she actually have to have a name, or can she just say these people can come in?
I'm going to go like this. And I'm gonna walk through the door. Oh, I need
He's
their
still not.
names.
Yeah,
I
that's
still
why I
have their
said
names.
you need to say
Ah!
Aribell,
I'm looking. Hold on.
Tasha, and then like point
What
to them.
exactly to see? Yeah, like if it actually is a name that we need, or
Oh, dang it.
this is Bob.
Can we assign them a name?
Yeah, that's if we have to have a
No.
name, then
No, you need their real name.
why? You wouldn't know somebody's name necessarily.
Hold on. D&D Beyond is being very slow tonight.
I noticed that.
Much like my brain.
So it's taking a minute to pull this up. There we go. Oh, okay. I guess not. It says you and any creature you designate.
Oh.
Oh.
thank
So you
God.
can just say, everybody here.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So I'm just going to say come, and then I'm going to walk through the door and come back, and just keep doing that.
I'll run ahead. Here I'm gonna run ahead into the mansion.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Go to the food area. Grab
But
bowl.
nothing you have will come out with you.
I'm not going to go out.
Okay.
I'm just going to stand in the doorway and hold it
Oh.
inside.
I
They-
think they're all
They
swarming.
won't see you. All they see
can't
is a
see it?
shimmering field.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're all
Never mind
swarming
then.
me for healing right now, so I'm just gonna go in and they'll follow me, I think.
Yeah, that might work. Okay.
Okay. When they walk through the door, I'll be on the inside, directing people where to go.
Yeah.
If they look injured, I'm going to direct them toward our triage area. If they look uninjured, I'm going to direct them toward the area with the cots and the. Maybe we should describe the food, because we were pretty clear we wanted it to be nutritious, but something that would be bland enough to not injure them further
Like-
if they haven't eaten.
like like chicken noodle soup
Yeah.
Cream of wheat.
and
Hummus.
and chicken.
Oatmeal.
Something easy on the stomach so that they,
Yeah.
if they haven't eaten anything nutritious in a while, they aren't
Yeah.
going to be injured by the food that they're eating.
Hummus
And or
hummus and pita bread and chicken.
Yeah.
or throw
Grilled
up.
chicken. Yeah.
Lots of water.
And yeah, lots of water to drink.
Yeah.
Tef leans over and says, "Do you need more help? Do you need more people inside? I can
maybe.
help."
Yeah. Yeah, that would be great. That would be great.
Right. Just
Anyone that you can send that can, especially anyone with any medical training, anyone that
Well, just anyone, really.
I can direct.
And I'm going to have the servants bring cloths and towels and buckets of warm water so that people can clean up.
were we going to have like showers, like a room where they can.
Like a bath.
that was technically going to be the triage area too.
Yeah.
That was
okay.
supposed to be the place for healing and cleaning.
Okay.
Okay.
So there'll
Let's-
be, I don't know, four shower stalls. And we'll probably have to show them how to do that because they
Yeah.
probably have never seen a shower before.
And
But,
the
okay, well, once we get everyone settled, we'll start bringing people in to use the showers.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Pam?
you can get clothing. It won't leave the mansion with them, but we can deal with that by the morning. But we should be able to have the mansion provide. Right, if it can provide linens, it can provide.
Yeah, it can
Well-
provide that
Right.
like
And that
clean
way-
robes.
Then
Yeah.
we can work on getting that, but then we can
Then we can clean
existing
their clothes.
Yeah.
Maybe tell. So Gwenlaryn will tell the mayor, if you have clothing, any clothing you have that would be just clean and any of the various sizes here, we could use clean clothing.
Because these clothes are toast.
Some of them are not going to be, they're just rags. They're not even worth using
Yeah.
prestidigitation on.
No.
Right. Yeah, let me see what I can do with that, and then I'll come back. I'll assume you've made it so I can go through that door too.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
Right.
Okay, let's start getting them in here.
Tef immediately snags a couple of his guards, and there's a quick confab, and then he goes one direction, and the guards both go different directions. Clearly, they're headed for the people who live here to see what they can scrounge up in terms of clothing.
And I'm going to yell after the mayor, and don't forget about the defenses.
Oh, wow!
The defenses for the Oasis.
Oh, yeah.
So on the
Okay.
inside, I start directing people. Anyone that has a severe injury or moderate injury, I'm sending them to the triage area where I assume Aribell is set up.
Well, the entryway
Anyone-
is the triage area.
Right.
So the
And then
first room
any-
they're in is the triage area.
So I just point them to Aribell. And then anyone that isn't injured, I motion them to continue on into the area that is set up with cots and a cafe style set up for food, right? Where they can just kind of walk up and help themselves.
Okay.
And so I'll start like backing toward that area, saying, "Come with me," and pointing.
Once
toward the
everyone's
beds.
inside, I will start doing the same thing.
Yes.
Have we managed to get everybody inside?
It takes a little while, but
Yeah.
probably about 10, 12 minutes. But then, yes, you've got everybody, all of the slaves are inside. And then, of course, you can bring in the bodies.
Yeah.
Yes, I
How
will.
many are in? Sorry, go ahead.
Me?
Yes.
I was just gonna say I will slowly come in, and we put the cold room off to the front side, so we can just turn in there.
Yeah.
And so I gently. Now, can we take the carpet through the door? Logistics,
Yes,
man.
yes.
Magic logistics.
Because
Okay.
it's a 4x6 carpet, and the door is 4 feet wide.
Okay.
So it just, I mean, it rubs a little bit, but
But it goes through.
yes.
Okay.
Phew.
And then put them.
You
in
may
the-
have to reposition the bodies
Yeah.
depending on
Little
how
bit.
you had them stacked originally.
Okay.
How many people, now that they're all inside, how many are injured and in the triage area, and how many are in the room with the cots and the food?
There are, let's see, math in my head. There are 19 that remain in the triage area getting treated, and that leaves 29 that have gone directly into the large area with the cots.
Okay. Once those two groups have separated, I look in on the people who are in the area with the cots and let's just call it the main room. I'm gonna look in on the people in the main room. Does it seem like they are finding food and cots in an orderly fashion, or is it like a free-for-all?
Neither. They are all standing in a clump just inside the room.
Oh. Okay, then I go into the main area and I walk toward the first person and I point at the person and I point at a cot. Do they sit on the cot?
The woman looks at you and looks at the cot, looks a little confused, but she nods and walks over and gingerly sits down on the cot, still her eyes never leaving you.
I motion to one of the servants and indicate that food, a tray of food, should be brought to the cot with that where that person is seated. Does the servant bring it over?
The bird goes, flaps off.
I forget they're birds.
Yeah.
Right.
Although they don't
That's
have
not
to be
gonna
at
freak
this
these folks
point.
out at all.
It could be something different.
They could be
right?
something different at this point. It's up to however Tasha did it. If she kept the birds, they're still birds.
Tasha, are they birds or something else?
People.
The birds might freak them out. Go people.
People.
All right, I made them people.
Okay.
The birds
Does the
freak me
servant bring
out.
food over?
Not
Birds
fancy
freak you
people,
out?
just normal people.
Not me, but it may freak them out. I mean,
Yeah, I think
We don't
flying
want them to-
birds carrying food is a little.
Yeah, just people.
might be a bit
They
much.
are essentially featureless, but otherwise they look like pale, semi-translucent butlers.
Okay.
Okay.
And
So the butler brings the food over.
the butler bows
I take the
when you say that, walks over to the massive buffet, which has exactly 4 things on it, and proceeds to, dole out some hummus, some pita bread, a nice piece of boiled chicken, and a glass of water, puts it on a tray, brings it back over, and sits it down on the end of the cot. And then resumes standing.
So I point to the food, and I point to her, and I motion the universal motion for eating, right? Eat.
All right. Let's see. Make a performance check.
Okay.
Do you have performance?
I mean, everybody does.
It's
We're not
performance.
charisma. It'll be good.
She does have a high charisma. It'll be fine.
All right. So that is 18.
The woman looks at the tray and looks at you and hesitantly points toward the pita bread and looks at you questioningly.
And I nod. Eat.
So she
Yes, eat.
picks up a piece of pita bread, stands up, and walks forward and tries to feed it to you.
Oh no!
And I take the pita bread and put it to her lips.
She seems confused, but she opens her mouth.
Eat. You eat.
You see,
Yes.
All of this is for you.
she glances
Yes. You
at
eat.
at
You
the mass of 28 other people standing there, and one of them goes, and so she
eat.
reaches up and takes the pita bread and slowly chews it, and then she looks back at the group and is like,
Now it's a mad scramble
Okay,
for
so
Scott.
Yes. So
The
then I
group
point to her cot.
immediately forms into a line.
Okay.
So I will go to the next person in line, and I'm going to repeat the same process. I'm going to lead them to a cot, sit them down, and motion for the unseen servants, or I guess seen servants, to bring a tray of food. And then when they have seated themselves on the cot, I'll go to the next person and seat them on a cot, so that one by one, each of them will be seated on a cot and have a tray of food.
Yeah, I will
Okay.
do the same thing.
Okay. In short order, they are all sitting on cots, eating, occasionally in a hushed tone, sort of whispering to each other, and when they do, they're darting glances back at Gwen and Tasha, like they're expecting to be told not to talk. But they...
Gwen, Tasha, maybe some music here would be helpful as well. It might
Yeah.
help them to
Well,
not be
okay,
so
so now that
nervous.
everybody's sitting down, I'm just gonna play some music.
Okay. Make a performance check.
And once, oh, sorry, go ahead.
27.
Likely the finest performance they've ever heard.
Aww. Okay, so once
Evil
everyone
people
is
are not
seated
really into the
and-
playing of the music.
No, not for the masses.
Not unless it's a
Um,
ritual.
Once they're all seated and they all have their food, I'm going to go back to the first woman. Has she made good progress on her meal?
Oh yeah.
Okay, good.
She's...
I mean, is it gone?
except for the water, she's just
So
kind
I'm
of...
going.
She's just kind of cradling the water and just taking small sips.
And that's probably a good idea.
Yeah. I'm going to look at the first 4 people who were seated and point to them and indicate that I want them to follow me. Come with me. And I put my hand out to her to take my hand.
She gets up, still holding the cup of water, and the other 3 slowly climb to their feet as well.
Okay. And I'm going to lead them to the showering facilities.
Okay.
When we get there, I'm going to turn the water on, go one by one into the 4 stalls, turn the water on, and then go into one of them, push my sleeve up and put water on my arm, soap it up, and indicate that they can bathe here.
The first shower that's turned on, the first woman screams and shrinks back.
Oh, yikes.
So
maybe we should make
I'm going
them
to say-
baths instead.
But,
well,
you'd have to
too late
recast the
now.
mansion, yeah.
Oh,
so I'm just going to say, oh, it's okay. And then I'm going to go in. What the hell? I'll whip off my shirt and just step under the water.
That's my girl.
and you were afraid of some boobs.
Make
I mean,
make a persuasion check.
How persuasive are my boobs? Let's find out.
Naked.
Not bad.
Naked titties.
Not bad at all. Okay, that would be a 21 for
Nice.
persuasion.
Nice titties.
Yeah.
they are kind of pleasing.
I mean, I really
Well-
don't know. These are like desert slaves. I don't know how much titty is going to be impressive to them, but
The slaves don't. Yeah, as you take your shirt off, all 4 of the slaves immediately.
Oh,
Oh.
oh my gosh.
so I'm just going to step into the shower, get out the soap, start washing, and be like, and making like happy noises, like, oh yeah, this is great. Oh, this feels so. I'm going to wash my hair. This is great. Wonderful.
The first woman, her eyes flick up for just half a second, like she's sneaking a look. And
And then
her face contorts like, and then she raises her head and looks again. And
I'm gonna be like,
it's clear she's looking at your arms and the soap and the rinsing. And she turns to the other 3 and says something, and immediately there's a conversation between the 4 of them. And one old man just kind of squares his shoulders and walks over to the next shower and takes off the robe that he's wearing, and turns out that's all he was wearing, and takes a deep breath and steps into it, and immediately is like, "Ugh," and then spins around and says a few words, and immediately there is massive disrobing.
okay, so I'm gonna get out of the shower and take one of the like nice fluffy towels and dry off, and then pull my shirt back on.
Okay.
And I'm assuming that somebody is going to immediately go into the shower that I have
Yes.
vacated.
Yes, the first woman.
Okay, so I'm gonna give them take 10 minutes or so to bathe
their
and
thing.
Make
shampoo.
a perception check with advantage, Gwenlaryn.
First roll sucked, but the second one, this is
Perception.
perception. That would be a 31.
Ooh.
Math is hard. I rolled a 19.
As they disrobe and step into the shower, they reveal bodies that are covered in scars.
Yeah.
Very clearly whip scars.
Yeah.
Backs of arms, buttocks, backs of legs.
Perhaps,
even on the
Gwenlaryn,
neck.
you can show them how to wrap the towel around them,
I will.
and then, yeah.
And there are the robes, the clean robes.
Oh, there are robes.
Yes. They won't be able to wear them out of the mansion, but for now there are robes.
Oh, okay, good.
So, as they come out, I will show them how to take the towel and pat themselves dry, and then hand them the robe to put around their bodies.
There's a little oohing when they put the robes on and just kind of
Oh.
running their hands across the material and talking to each other like, this is really soft. That comes through pretty clearly. And then one of them says something in a dour, sarcastic tone, and the other three just kind of chuckle dryly, and then they all kind of turn and look back at Gwen.
Like, they seem unhappy?
No, like they're sure that something bad's gonna happen soon.
Oh. Okay. So I'm just going to keep smiling and say, come with me. Come. And I'm
they
going to lead
follow
them
you.
back to the cots. And when they are back at their cots, I'm going to say, sit down, sit. And I'll have another round of food and water brought to each of them.
Okay.
And then I'll go to the next four and say, come with me. And hopefully the first four are telling the next four what to expect.
When the second four stand up, the old man who was the first to step into the shower looks up and, with a mouthful of hummus and pita bread, lets off a couple sentences, and the second four don't look like they believe it, but they look a little less worried because the first four went away and came back clean with new robes.
Right.
And now they're getting more food.
So I bring
they're
them,
willing to risk it.
right. I bring them to the showers and repeat the process, except this time I'm going to try not to have to get naked because I'm hoping they've been told what to do.
This time,
all of these showers, man.
this time
a lot of people to see my boobs.
the four people walk in and just kind of glance at you like they're asking for permission.
And I'm nodding, yes, and I turn the water on for them, show them how it works.
Show that the other guy told him they were gonna get.
He's probably like, man. Oh, and dinner.
I heard there was going to be boobs.
I heard there's boobies.
Dinner and a show. Where's the show? Yeah. No, they immediately disrobe and jump right in. So clearly, whatever he said.
Okay, and when they disrobe, I'm going to start making piles. of clothing. Are any of these clothes salvageable, or are they all complete trash?
Some.
Okay.
Probably maybe a third.
I'm going to make a pile for the first 4 people, and then a pile for the second 4 people. So I'm going to organize them in groups of 4, so that we can keep them somewhat organized as we clean their clothing and try to return it to them. I suppose even if it's rags, they probably want it because it's all that they think they have.
After I help Aribell downstairs or in the triage, I will prestidigitation all night long.
Yeah, me too. I can do that.
So
servants can come help clean too.
Can the servants do prestidigitation?
No, but I don't know if they do that. They can clean, right?
They can clean. It would be like washboard style washing. Some of the garments won't. They'll shred.
Gotcha.
So the magical version of dry cleaning is probably better.
That's awesome.
After about a half an hour, at one point, Gwen, you're there with a group. Tef comes walking in, lugging a huge burlap sack over his shoulder. It says, "Oh my goodness. They must think they've gone to heaven." I mean, they're standing underwater. I don't think they've seen this much water ever. That'd be my guess. Anyway, this is clothes.
Thank you.
Mostly ask for robes and caftans. There's a few shirts, a few sets of trousers. Whatever you can use. This was all donated by the Oasis community.
Oh, thank you so much.
Of course. Anything else I can do? I will admit, I wouldn't mind seeing the rest of this place. I don't think I've ever been inside a magical building before.
Let me give you a tour. It's a little... I can make it look however I want it to look. So right now it's specifically for this purpose.
Right.
But this is the first floor. This is, kind of where the kitchen is. We have magical servants to bring out food if you need anything. There's plenty. And let me show you on the second floor.
Wow. These are nice.
Yeah. It's a pretty good spell.
Yeah, I can see why you might like staying here.
Oh yes, you can make the food whatever you want it. So. Yeah.
Very nice.
There's perks to being a magic user, I guess.
Yeah, so I've been told.
I'm lucky I have the skill.
I would say all these people are lucky you've got that skill.
Well, yeah, I guess they are. So these are our bedrooms, and this is where we stay when we're traveling, like we are now. And that's pretty much it. That's the place.
Nice. I've got someone coming in. I suppose you'll have to add him to a list or something if he gets in here. His grandfather escaped from the Temple of Jogravanan some many years ago. He's passed on, but the grandson did learn some of their language.
Oh.
So we
awesome.
might be able to at least get some basic concepts across.
Oh, bless you. When is he coming?
He might be waiting out there now for all I know.
All right, well, I will go wait for him.
Right.
And I tell everyone that, who's coming and what the deal is, and then I go outside.
And you see a young man standing there, literally standing hat in hand. Just kind of waiting. He jumps back a little bit when you come out the door.
Oh, hello. I'm Tasha.
Oh, hello, I'm Nessus.
Nessus, please come with me.
You
just walk through this magical doorway.
Okay.
And
so he walks in and...
Yep, I go in too.
Immediately looking around and sees people showering and...
Yeah, it's quite the scene, isn't it?
How can you fit all of this inside a doorway?
It's magic.
Okay.
It's magic.
It's just a spell I have. Not a big deal. So, okay, is the old man with the gangrene hanging out?
He's back in the big room.
Okay.
Back in the dormitory. Let's call it dormitory.
Okay, so I go to that older man and I say, "Can you try to talk to him and tell him that we don't mean him any harm and that we are going to do what we can to make sure that they stay free."
I can try.
Okay.
My grandpa taught me this, but he's been gone for a while and I haven't used it in years. So let's find out. And he sort of crouches down to look at the old man who's sitting there chewing on some chicken. And he speaks in that strange tongue that you've heard them speak. His is very hesitant. The old man looks up immediately and he says something back in a questioning tone. Nessus bows his head and then says something else that sounds vaguely apologetic. And the old man kind of chuffs out a laugh and says something else that sounds like a question, and Nessus says he wants to know how long they have. He says you're fattening them up for something. He wants to know how long they have.
No, there's no fattening up. We are merely trying to get them healthy enough to be well.
I'm not there. I'm with Aribell. I have so many thoughts though.
Let's see.
At this point in time, you're probably
Sanctuary.
You're probably done with
It
the
wouldn't
healing.
take very long.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rounds, probably.
So
Tell them there's that
They're going to have sanctuary
they will have sanctuary.
and a place to stay while being free. Because all the things that you said previously,
Yeah.
they didn't get. So you could
Okay.
just repeat your whole thing and
So tell him I was once a slave.
he haltingly translates that, and the old man looks at you with a bullshit look.
And I try to free as many people who are slaves as I can.
Nessus translates, stumbling over a couple words and asking for verification on a couple words. And the old man just nods, not looking at Nessus, but looking at you.
You will have sanctuary and a place to stay to learn a trade so that you can be free.
I have
Okay.
a question.
Yes.
Tasha, roll a persuasion check with disadvantage. Yeah.
We're gonna head over that way.
My question is, we told Aralahkis to be preparing, and we hadn't told anybody.
I'm gonna send those messages, but first I want to get these people settled a little bit.
Right. No, I was gonna say we didn't talk to anybody from the Sanctum or anything.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna send a message to the Sanctum, and then I'm gonna send a message to Aralahkis.
Okay.
I hadn't forgotten. Persuasion. Oh, 24. I rolled 2 10s.
Huh. As Nessus finishes translating, the old man is just staring at you. And he doesn't say anything but one tear.
And I do this. And I say, I understand. I was once saved. And so it is only fair that I try to save more.
Nessus translates that. The old man rises to his feet, puts his hands together like this, and bows to you.
I bow back.
Immediately behind him, a woman says something, and he turns around and just begins to talk a mile a minute.
Oh,
And
boy.
you see Nessus
Can't keep up with that one.
Do you recognize the name Gyarados?
No.
I don't think it's a word. I think it's a proper name. He's basically telling them that you are of Gyarados and you've come to free them.
Oh shit.
Do we recognize the name?
Yeah.
Everybody can roll history.
History?
Yeah.
5.
Nope.
17.
24. I rolled a 19.
Nice. At
Yeah.
least somebody did.
Right? Jesus.
We're using guidance.
Okay.
So that'll give me 27.
Oh,
Okay.
nice.
Somebody's got to have
Aribell.
guidance.
Somewhere deep in the back of your mind, there was a lesson about some of the scant information that remained from before the shattering.
Oh, shit.
And that name came up in response to some sort of deity that was a deity of basically freedom and expression.
Oh, wow.
But it's not a deity that has been known to Aecathan for over a century.
Wow.
Oh, they probably don't teach much about the good and neutral gods in Jogravanan. So.
No.
Probably whatever's left from pre-shattering. Okay. I share that with.
The response to what the old man is saying is noticeable.
Is it spreading?
Oh yeah, like wildfire throughout this room, and there's varying reactions. Some people also begin crying. Some people drop to their knees and begin praying. Some people sit and look distrustful. And about as many different reactions as you can think of, that's what you're seeing across this room. But throughout the room, there is now a sense of less tension, less overt desperation. The tenor of the chamber has calmed noticeably.
Okay, so at this point, I'm going to send a message, or sending, sorry, to the head of Dressfiend.
You can also reach out to Father Bilbus if you want.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to start with the head of Dressfiend. And, let's see.
Hold a moment.
That's. I know we're not supposed to say his name, but I'm not saying it out loud in character. That's Athgar's teacher, right?
Yes.
Well, she's the head of the bards,
Well,
but she's not
well,
necessarily the head of the temple.
okay, well, the head of the Temple of Dressfiend.
Okay, so that would be High Priest Boffin.
Wow, okay.
We've met him.
Oh, see. Tasha here. We freed how many? Like 60?
56.
56 slaves from the Jogravanan.
Are you counting?
So,
Tasha here, we freed 56 slaves from the Jogravanan. 9.
get it.
9.
Okay. Can we bring them to you to house temporarily? How many?
18.
Is that 18? Okay.
18.
And I have 25?
Yes.
I'll
So
need
you have
rest.
7 more.
Also need revivification. And yeah, just that.
All right. Do you want high or low?
High.
There is a pause. And then oh, my goodness. Well done. Yes, bring them. Bring them. I will let the other temples know as well.
I don't do this often enough, But thank you, Lady Dressfeed.
Definitely
Next.
the right place to take them.
What?
Definitely the right place to take them, I think.
The other
Yeah.
thing is I'm going to have to use Nessus later tomorrow to explain what's going to happen.
Teleportation?
Yeah,
Sure
because that's
will.
going to be
Yeah.
So
Dicey.
I'm planning that in advance.
Right.
Not talking about it tonight. Does Aribell need to act out her things that she was doing while everybody was going out, or?
I need to send a message to Aralahkis.
Yeah.
Okay. Aralahkis. Thank you for your kind offer, but some slaves were killed. We're going to take them to the sanctuary. Right? Sanctum?
The Sanctum, yeah.
The sanctum.
Instead.
High or low?
High.
There's a pause. Yeah, that's better.
Sweet.
Meet you there with my supplies.
Okay.
Oh, talk to the pup. He sounds different, but alive. Tell you when I see you.
So, you guys. High Priest Bothan is happy to receive our refugees, and she is going to tell all of the other he is going to tell all the other houses, clerics as well. And Aralahkis is going to meet us at the sanctum with supplies, and apparently he has actually talked to our wayward traveler, who is apparently alive and maybe has learned a few things. And he's going to tell us more when we see him. And I feel like
Those who
that
want
is...
to,
Sorry?
for those who want to hear it.
Yes. But I feel like we've performed a few miracles today. And I'm just really thankful that we were A, able to sort of pull that off, and B, that our luck continues to do us proud.
I'd like to speak to Nessus again and say, to tell them that there are 12 dead that we have the ability to bring back, and 4 who are, I don't want to say missing, because that implies that they can come back.
Lost.
That are lost or did not make it. And tomorrow we will be in a place to bring them back. If that's okay.
I'll try. And he begins speaking, he starts by holding his hands up and saying a word 3 or 4 times. The room generally quiets, and then he begins haltingly talking to them. They all sit perfectly silent while he's speaking. And when he finishes, they're all just kind of staring at him, and he says something, and they kind of slowly get back to whatever it was they were doing, talking or eating. Or a few people have moved the trays to the floor at the end of the bed and have actually stretched out.
I have the invisible, or the servants move the trays if they're empty.
Okay.
And if they are not empty, then I go to each one and ask and say, "May I take this?" Do they look like they're still hungry?
Nessus walks with you and translates, and then says, "Are you going to ask each one of them the same thing?
Mm-hmm.
Then here's how you say that."
Oh.
And he teaches you a phrase that you don't understand it, but you can mimic it
Okay.
phonetically. And
Can we also ask if any of them, can we ask them to follow us so we can show them where they can relieve themselves?
I'm assuming that would have been attached to the dormitory.
Okay.
So-
I just want to be sure everybody knows where they've eaten, they've bathed, they need to use the restroom, and then they have their beds. So
Right.
that they should be in good shape for the evening.
I go up to Nessus and ask him if he can tell me how to say, "You're safe, sleep well."
And he thinks for a moment and then reels off an unintelligible phrase.
I say it back.
He has you repeat it a couple times. Then he says, "I think they'll understand." So,
I'm gonna start going up to people who are laying down and take the blanket. Probably not used to using one. They're out, it's cooler in here.
Mhm.
Kind of cover them up, say that, and try and be very comforting in Arabell's way.
okay. The response is generally positive. There are a few who just kind of still shrink back a little bit. But for the most part, people seem to accept what you're saying. A couple of the older people actually reach out and take your hand and say something.
I squeeze them back and try and give comfort in a universal language. Right? And I'll go to every cot.
More of them start to move towards sleep, and it becomes a bit of a tidal wave through the room. This is probably the most well-fed they've been maybe ever. And so they're curling up to sleep with full bellies, something they're not used to.
Tasha, maybe a lullaby?
Yeah, sure. Ha. 27.
And a beautiful lullaby it is. For the first time, there are a few soft smiles on faces as they're laying there listening to this beautiful music.
I'm gonna go. Oh. Go ahead.
Hold on. Tasha and Zorith. Suddenly, you hear... Is this working? Damn it. I think it's working.
Hello?
Oh, it's not very stable. Oh! Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
And Tasha, you just heard Zorith with your ears and in your mind. And Zorith, you just heard Tasha with your ears and in your mind.
I
What
look
the
at her.
hell is this?
I hate that sending spell, so I'm trying to make something better.
Oh!
And it seems to be, as he's talking, it's Obras, but as he's talking, his voice is starting to get tinny.
Oh.
It seems to be, oh no, oh damn, there goes the wire.
And I explained to everybody what's going on. Our group.
Yeah. And there's no more from him.
Oh, well. That's the trouble of creating new spells.
But
Or
interesting,
so I imagine.
he somehow was able to connect to both of
us.
you and connect the both of you to each other as well. So
Oh,
whatever
yeah.
spell he's working on,
It's a doozy.
It's a doozy.
gonna be better.
Nice.
Oh, man. Well, I've used almost all my spell points, so...
I'm gonna presume that Aribell did as well. She's looking a little tired.
yeah.
I'm gonna
We
go.
all are.
I'm gonna go prestidigitation everything.
Yeah, you only need 4 hours of sleep, lucky.
Mm-hmm.
Are there empty cots in the dormitory?
Yes.
I don't think I want to go upstairs and leave them. So
Yeah. And maybe tell Nessus that they're not prisoners, but it would be safer to stay in this facility tonight. Before we can figure out what's going on tomorrow.
Okay. And he translates, you assume.
Nessus, would you be able to come back in the morning to help us explain what's going to happen tomorrow?
Probably. I mean, I have to ask my dad, but I don't know if I'll get Tef to ask him, because then he'll say yes. So,
Do you need someone to walk you home?
no.
How old is he?
You're guessing probably 12.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk you home.
Without warning, the entire mansion jolts.
Yeah, you can't walk out.
Oh no, I can't leave.
She would know that.
He's
Yeah.
left before.
Oh yeah, she can. This isn't.
Oh.
Yeah, she can leave.
24
Oh.
hours.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
then what
24
was-
hours period.
What was the jolts then? Uh-oh. I'm gonna go
I
outside.
run for the door.
Yeah, I'm going to look through the door and see what the heck is going on.
You poke your head out.
Uh-huh. Oh boy.
It's nighttime,
uh-huh.
so that makes sense. But as you look up, there are no stars. The sky is not black. The
Oh,
sky
that's the defenses.
is a uniform gray.
It's probably the defenses, right?
We
And
hope.
Tef comes jogging over and sees you standing in the doorway and says, "Oh, so I guess you noticed."
Yeah,
Um,
what's going on?
Oh, the Jogravanans were mounting a raid.
Were
So
they now?
we engaged the safety feature. So we're now surrounded in the same magic that protects the lake and floating in the astral plane.
Oh, well, that's nifty.
Yeah, basically we just turned into a mirage and disappeared as far as the Jogravanans are concerned.
Oh.
I love it.
Is Aralakhis going to be able to find us if we're now in the astral plane?
Well, no, he was gonna meet us at the sanctum.
Oh, okay. No
I
problem
think.
then.
I'm
Does
pretty
that
sure.
affect the mansion?
No.
I don't know.
Well,
I
I'm
don't-
not outside. I'm asking Jeffrey.
Oh no,
the
it
DM.
everything is the whole place went glug.
Just like a big bubble over it.
Well, the inside the mansion, it just basically it was like a 1 second earthquake, just boom,
Okay.
and everything else seems to be the same. Lots of cries of being startled and scared from the folks in the dormitory, but after a few moments, people seem to settle down.
Okay.
Tasha, make an Arcana check.
21.
Not exactly an area of expertise, but it seems likely that shifting into the astral plane caused the jolt.
Okay.
But it shouldn't be
A problem.
dangerous to the mansion.
Right.
But the mansion moved dimensions with the Oasis. So,
That's pretty wild. Okay.
yeah.
All right. Well, yes. So, oh gosh. Well, Nessus?
Nessus.
I'm going to walk you home, Nessus.
Okay. This is really cool.
It is
My
kinda
dad
cool.
told me about this, but I've never actually seen them do it before.
Yeah. Me
No,
either.
we haven't had to do it for a while. But I'll figure we'll pop back in about noon tomorrow. They should be gone by then.
Okay.
No reason for them to stay. The
Yeah.
Oasis disappeared. Bugger that. I guess we leave.
Yeah. I hope so.
While Tasha walks him home, I'm going to make sure everyone has adequate blankets, and then help Zori. She's doing.
She's cleaning the
working on
clothes, yeah.
And so I'm going to start placing the groups of 4 clothing, near the cots of their owners, so that they'll have them when they wake.
There's also the new clothes that Tef brought as well.
If something is
Right.
too damaged, we'll replace it out.
Okay.
Well, I'm still going to put it near even if it's damaged, I'm going to put it near their cots so that they have it. And then once that's done, I'm going to start taking the clothing that was donated and sorting it by size and putting, groups of clothing. So shirts from small to large, pants from small to large, whatever, so just kind of laying it out so that people can find what they need easily.
Okay.
What do we want? I'm going to ask Zori and Aribell, what do you think we should do in terms of breakfast? What would be healthy and safe for them?
Probably like similar to what we eat traveling, this, spiced oatmeal with maybe some fruit.
Okay.
Bread. Or muffins or something.
Probably just bread, like toast would be.
Maybe bread and butter?
Like
Would that?
Yeah, but it's like the simpler the better.
Do you think any meat at this point, or do you think that they're not ready for that?
Well, they had
just
chicken.
They just had
That's
chicken.
true.
Yeah, but bacon and sausage are kind of heavy, greasy.
They are.
Yeah.
Probably too much.
So I think toast and some of the
Oatmeal.
other things, toast and
Yeah.
oatmeal, and so
Yeah.
they have some options.
If you were looking for protein, you could do eggs. Eggs are pretty
Yeah.
mild.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have a plan for the morning.
I would like to, when I'm done with prestidigitation, I would like to talk to everybody about what we're going to say and have something prepared so that Nessus can read it to them tomorrow, because it is going to be interesting, to say the least, to explain what we're doing. So I'd like to get, everybody's simple words. We don't have to talk about it like in game, but like to get everybody's simple words and figure out how we're going to approach it tomorrow. So we all have a plan, if that's okay.
Yeah, okay.
Sounds good.
So I walk Nessus home and come back. And I chat with everyone, and we all come up with some kind of plan for what to say. And then I go pass out.
All right. Would any of the other three of you like to do anything else before bed?
I've already showered, so I think I'm going to.
Yeah, I think I'll take a shower before I go to bed.
I'm going to
like-
eat something, and
Yeah.
Well, the kitchen still has all the normal food for you.
Okay.
so I'll put together some like a meaty sandwich type thing before I go to bed.
Aribell will say a prayer of thanks to Chora and lay on a cot and pass out.
Okay. And Zorith.
I'm going to actually use my sending stone.
All right.
I'm writing.
Do you want high or low?
Everybody else is gone, right? And there's nobody in the triage center.
Right. Well, after Tasha takes her shower.
Right. I'm actually gonna go outside the
Oh, okay.
mansion.
Okay. Well, then I don't have to roll. If you're wondering what I'm asking high or low for, I was today years old when I learned that sending does work from other dimensions. Helps when you actually read the full spell description.
Mm-hmm.
But so.
I send a message to Alaric.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, we rescued 56 Jogravanan slaves from the desert today. We did a good job today. Hope you're well. Talk again soon.
There's a pause. You never cease to amaze me. Well done. Although, what you'll do with them now, I can only imagine. But I'm sure it'll be good. Be well.
And I just kind of walk around a little bit, kind of processing the day, and then I'll go back in and go meditate.
Okay. It's a bit unnerving. Any glances,
not being under the stars.
Any glances at the sky, it's a solid, sparkling gray. It's like fog with diamonds in it.
Well, that's cool.
It's very different.
That's very cool.
The astral plane is something that you would have studied, so it's not
Right.
unfamiliar, but have you been there before?
I'm guessing no.
Okay.
I mean, like, that would be, unless that was a schooling thing. And it wouldn't be us. I don't think we can do astral plane stuff, the sorcerers. Let's see here. It might have to be somebody else. No, I don't have any astral anything, so probably not.
Okay.
Oh, that's interspell name. I don't know, hun. Let's say no for now.
Okay.
Makes it easier.
I'll start at the top and work my way back here. At 9th level, sorcerers get gate. So, eventually... Oh, at 7th level, you get plane shift.
Yay.
So...
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so...
I didn't take that. I wanted to, but I didn't.
Yeah, so it's possible for sorcerers to travel to other planes, including the astral.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't gone personally.
Okay. All right. Well, it's strange. A couple times, it almost seemed like there was a shadow of something in that grayness just sort of drifting across the sky. But
interesting.
it was never anything more than just a vague shadow, so there was no way to tell what it was.
Yeah. And then I'll just go in and meditate for my 4 hours.
Okay. The evening passes uneventfully. No more mansion-shaking jolts. You are all able to complete a long rest.
Yay.
And you awaken refreshed. Ah, I am refreshed.
And we'll start the breakfast. Somebody who is ever closest to the breakfast table.
Let me do one thing first. Aribell.
Yes.
Where do you do your morning prayers?
Sorry, my screen froze.
Oh, okay.
I probably, when I wake up, will go upstairs to my room to do that. That's where I have my little shrine.
All right. No one was stirring when you went
Not
up.
even a mouse.
All right, so, Nikki, as you were saying.
unmute. In the morning, kind of start the same way, the closest ones to the breakfast table, just kind of show them, get your breakfast, do your thing, and then show them back to their cot.
As this is starting, a faint voice from out of the room. Hello?
Hello? Oh, that must be Nessus. I go to get him.
Okay. Yeah, he's kind of standing in the first room, like not quite sure.
Should I come in? Should I not? Should I come in? Should I not?
So he sees you and just smiles.
Hello.
Hello.
Come in.
I hope I'm not late. I didn't know what time I was supposed to be here, but my dad said probably the crack of dawn, so...
Well, welcome in.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Are you hungry?
A little.
Well,
I mean, I
help
had
yourself.
some bread, but that was all I had time for.
Well, help yourself.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, we put on a spread.
That's a lot of food. You sure there's going to be enough? I mean, I don't want to take stuff that they're going to eat.
There's always more. Don't worry.
Okay. He goes over and gets a bowl, puts a little bit of oatmeal in it, and a lot of fruit. It's pretty much fruit with some oatmeal. And a big slice of bread, and goes over and just kind of sits down next to a wall, leans back and begins to eat. He seems to be drawing a little more attention from the rest of the people in the dormitory this morning. Some of the women are in particular looking, and some look sad, some look gently happy.
The mom types?
Or the grandmoms types.
Okay. I go sit next to him and I explain what we have to do. I tell him we're going to the sanctum where there are people to bring back the 12 people who did not make it. And they're going to help them learn how to be free people. And it's going to be really confusing for a while. But this is how we're going to do it. I'm going to draw a circle, blah, 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 step in it. Yada, yada. And you don't have to say it all now, but I'm just kind of letting you know there's going to be lots of questions, I'm sure.
If it's okay, I have a couple.
Okay.
What's a sanctum?
Oh,
that's right. So, and I explain what the sanctum is. There are places outside of the desert. There are different cities. And this one is full of healers and bards, and I tell him everything that I can.
He just wide-eyed, just hanging on every word.
oh dear.
Maybe when you're a little older, you can venture out of the town. But it is pretty safe here. But I mean, maybe, I don't know.
No, it's pretty safe here.
No, I know it's safe, but I don't want to be like, you can't leave, but also leave your family. So I'm trying to be like general down the road.
And so this place has priests and you're gonna bring back the dead slaves?
Yes.
Okay. And
Yes.
is there gonna be somebody there who can talk to them?
I imagine so.
Yes.
Someone's gonna have the right spell.
Oh, speak languages or whatever, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Probably tongues.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I think, yeah, to be able to speak.
I really need to put that spell in my basket of goods.
Any other questions?
No, they may have some, and if they
Yes.
do, I'll let you know what they are.
Absolutely. It's going to potentially be not scary, but very uncertain. But hopefully, by showing them what our goal for their freedom is like, that will help them to trust us. Yeah, I think that works.
I guess we'll find out.
I guess so. That's funny.
All right. After breakfast, what would you like to do?
Well, what time is it? Because you know, like, we're stuck here until we go back to the other plane.
By the time everyone's done eating, it's a little after 9. So maybe 2.5, 2 3/4 hours.
We offer up the clothing and
Yeah, that's a good idea.
take them to the restroom shower area so that they can clean up and dress in their new clothes.
They. Do you want Nessus to tell them anything? Like,
Yes,
what do you want
tell
him to
them
explain to them?
Tell them these clothes are for you. Please, and these are the sizes from small to large. Please take one outfit each. And if there are extras, you may take extra.
He translates that.
And their clothes have been cleaned.
Yep.
Yeah. So they have exactly what they. Anyhow, never mind. Yeah.
And for a moment, no one moves. They all just sit there like, really? And then the old man from the first group to the showers stands up, walks over, leans down, picks up a robe, kind of holds it up to himself and looks at it, sniffs it, sits it down, and just right there doffs what he's wearing and picks up the new robe and puts it on and turns around to look at the rest of the group almost with pride. Like, and there's a general, and slowly some of the others stand and begin to walk over. Most of the time, they're looking at one of you.
Sure.
We just smile,
Mhm.
nod, and
Look reassuring.
point toward the clothes.
Some of them don't seem to want to go over. They're content with what they've got. Probably about 2/3 of them, though, go over and avail themselves of the new clothing. And 201, when they find something they like, they just strip and put it on. It seems like there's absolutely no modesty at all.
Okay.
So this
I asked him to translate, do you still want your old clothing?
what should they do if they do?
Then they can put it on their cot. If they don't want it, they can put it in a pile here, and I indicate a spot.
And he starts speaking and lots of gesturing and points to the spot that you indicated, and then looks at you, looks back, and gestures to you and says something else. I figured I'd better tell them that this was you talking and not me, so they'd actually listen.
Would you tell them our names?
Oh, yeah, I can do that. What are your names?
And we tell them.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is gonna be. So that's our next mode of operandi, right?
Yep.
We've got everything else, and then next comes the teleportation.
And we will pick up with the transition back to the desert and everything that comes after it after the break. So don't go anywhere. This whole motley crew is headed inland. So stick around. We'll be back for that in 15. And welcome back. So, right around noon, the mansion jolts again.
I go out to see if we're back on the normal plane.
Cloudless blue sky.
Ooh.
We should check to see if the Jogravanan threat has been dispatched.
Uh-huh. I go to find Tef.
Okay. Make an investigation check.
Okay. Ooh. 32.
Asking a couple people nets you directions to where Tef is out on the inner edge of the trees at the southernmost end of the oasis. He hears you coming, turns around.
It's just me. Good afternoon.
Wow. Well, good afternoon. I'm waiting for my spotters.
I also am waiting for your spotters.
Yeah. I don't think they're here.
I hope not. But if they are, I am fully charged and ready to dispatch.
Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that. We're not really ready for a fight. Not with that number of people. With that number of people?
Well, but it would be so much fun. Okay, sorry.
Oh, well, yeah.
I'm a little bloodthirsty at this point. Sorry about that.
I guess.
Also known as angry.
I'll try not to get angry. Most of the time, it's something I can't do anything about anyway.
Well, I expect Jogravanans to be Jogravanans, but wow, they really accomplished their task yesterday.
Yeah, that was pretty awful.
Yeah, it was.
But on the upside, you did manage to save a good chunk of them, and I understand that you're taking them somewhere else where you'll be able to bring back the dead ones.
Yes.
That's amazing. You know, that you're willing to do that.
It seems the least we could do.
Nah, the least you could do would have been to leave them and just not get involved at all. So it's not the least you can do.
It's really not something that the four of us are very good at. Just
well, yeah.
we tend to get ourselves in a bit of trouble, but it seems to work out.
There's a rustling in the brush, and one of the guards comes running out, stops in front of Tef, puts his hands on his thighs, and just breathes for a second, and then stands up. They're gone. Tracks lead around to the trail, and then off and on. Right, so they're continuing on toward the Dune Mount. Right.
Is there anyone here who can do sending? It's the ability to send a magical message.
Let me think.
Whoever's making the sending stones probably has it.
There you go.
Oh, yeah. Joe, probably.
All right. Please make sure that if you need help from us, then you can send that message to me, and we will be back to help you.
Oh, that's mighty nice.
Well,
And you've met Joe, right?
yes,
All right.
Yes.
So he knows you.
yes,
All right.
yeah. You didn't have to help us. You didn't have to agree to our plan. And so we are forever in your debt.
It was the right thing to do.
And it's the right thing to honor your actions by helping you whenever we can.
Well, I appreciate that. And if we run into trouble that we can't handle ourselves, we'll yell.
Okay.
Don't worry. I'm not proud.
I appreciate that. All right. Well, I am going to go assemble the troops and start the journey.
Do you mind if I watch?
No, not at all.
This is something that they're going to be talking about here for quite some time. So
I imagine it's
kind of want to witness the end.
who knows? I'll probably write a song about it, and I'll play it the next time I come back.
But that's a deal.
All right, so we go back to the mansion.
I don't.
What?
I don't. Chef, I'm going to cast a spell I haven't cast before.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Locate creature, and I'm going to look for Canaath.
Oh, boy.
It's the same as locate object, just a person instead, 1,000 feet.
He's not far. He appears to be settled on the slope of the roof of Drigo's Inn.
Okay. We head underneath where he's at. Canaath, we're getting ready to depart via teleportation circle. So if you'd like to come with us, or you can travel back through the desert, but we're headed towards the Faelifiri Sanctum.
There's a soft thud behind you.
And obviously, once we depart, your contract is complete. We will have left the desert.
Yeah, but you're not going back to Thunder's Edge.
At some point, but right now we're going to take the slaves to the sanctum so that they can be healed. We can heal the dead, and
Guess I'm on my own then.
you don't want to go from there. Aralakhis from Thunder's Edge is meeting us at the sanctum. He could probably take you back to the edge.
Can you find out?
Sure.
Hate to get there and get stuck.
I'm 100% sure that he will, but I'll have Tasha send him a message. Oh, Zori can take you. Because we have a teleportation circle to Thunder's Edge, so she can just cast it and you can walk through. So actually, she might be able to just send you back to the edge from here. I think she can cast that more than once. So if you'd rather go to the edge, I can ask her to do that.
Can't leave till you're out of the desert.
Okay. So you can come to the sanctum with us, and then she can send you back to the edge.
Okay.
I'm sorry that you were hoodwinked into not what you expected. Wiggy meant well. He's just sometimes an idiot.
All in all, hasn't been as bad as it could have been.
Thank you for your help. He did help us with the creatures, right?
Creatures.
He didn't follow us out there?
No.
Oh, okay. That I'm surprised about, that he didn't follow us.
Well, he followed, but you don't know that if he did anything.
Okay.
Well, let me rephrase that. You assume he followed, but you have no evidence that he did anything.
All right. He only had to help us.
Ask him.
We're not starting anything.
It was not the trip we expected, but hopefully we've done some good.
All right. Just let me know.
Oh yeah, Zori will send you back. So.
Well, I mean, when you're ready to go.
Yeah,
I mean, like, soon.
Yeah, they'll be coming out of the mansion, lining up in the circle, and then Zori will cast the spell.
Okay.
So, I
Then I
go back to the mansion, and I say, "We are back on our normal plane. We can go."
So then I will say to Nessus, if you would, quiet everybody down. They're going to have some questions, I know, but here's what I have to say.
Okay. And he will translate this sentence by sentence as best he can.
There are different towns in the world. We're not sending you back to the Jogravanan town. We will be magically moving all of you to a safe town. This place will have people to support you, to help you to learn to live as free people, learn a trade. We'll have to find a translator once there. The language difference will be hard, but your life will be yours again. I hope you can trust me to take you safely. I'll draw a circle on the ground. We'll all get in the circle, then hold hands, and I will magically move you to the safe town. How was that?
Pretty good.
Do I need a performance or persuasion?
Persuasion, please. At disadvantage because it's going through a translator.
Shit.
My hand on Zori's shoulder.
Oh, thank goodness.
Okay.
By 4.
Oh, okay, not bad.
Plus a D4.
Oh, plus a D4. D4. Triangle. Where's my triangle? 1. But that's okay. 16 plus 4 is dirty 20 plus 1, so 21.
Okay. There are some who appear to remain as yet unmoved. There are several who have not done anything but scowl.
Okay.
But there are some who look a little trepidatious, but, generally like, this sounds scary, but okay.
And then ask the gentlemen if they have questions, obviously.
And some that actually look hopeful.
Okay.
Zori, are you going to cast 2 circles?
I think I can do them all in one, right?
Well, we've got the 4x8 carpet full of corpses.
Yeah, they're going to have to be piled up in the middle, and then everybody assemble around them.
I can do 2. I can send you guys, because it's going to, let me see how many I have. Hold, please. Let me see how many I got. Teleportation circle. I have 2. So it's going to be 2 oh no, I can do them at higher level, right?
Yes.
So I have 3, and then at 7th level I would have a 4th one. So
Okay.
I could do the circle, send you guys, do the circle, me and the bodies.
Maybe Canaath can go with you and the carpet.
Yeah, that'll work.
And then I tell Zori that we'll need to cast one back to Thunder's Edge to send Canaath there.
Okay.
If that's okay.
And then I'm actually going to have Tasha, or I'm going to have Tasha tell me when everybody has cleared out of the teleportation circle, kind of like, I don't want to like be bringing their dead around, like, just, you know what I'm saying? So like kind of everybody get out of the sanctum teleportation circle and, filter out, and then bring them, try to be as respectful as possible. If that's okay.
That's good. Yeah, I don't want to pile them in the middle of...
No.
I don't want them to see them.
No, definitely not. If they have any questions, I'll answer their questions. And then I guess we go outside.
The only questions asked are not about the trip. The one question asked is, are they allowed to keep the clothes?
Oh yeah, just hold them under your arm.
And then they get up and do as they're told.
So I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna draw a big circle. Oh wait, how much longer do we have in the mansion?
Oh, till the evening, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, because I don't want the mansion to just disappear and have the carpet with all the people.
We have plenty of time.
Okay.
I let no, he'll go on the second trip with Zori and the
You actually see him still standing where he was.
Okay, so I'm gonna draw a big circle on the ground, minus the last rune.
Mm-hmm.
Push everybody in there, including the three of you. And tell Nessus thank you. And I did say that we're gonna have to find a translator once we're there. And Tasha maybe want to tell them that we're coming right now, or do you think they'll be okay with it?
I think they'll be okay with it.
Okay.
I give Nessus 5 gold pieces.
Oh, nice.
Huge eyes. He's looking at it. He's like, what am I supposed to do with this?
Save it.
Spend it.
Wow.
Thank you.
Dad! He goes running off.
Thank you. All right. And I do like this where everybody holds their hands, just so obviously we don't need to,
Mm-hmm.
but I want them to be able to feel a little safer holding everybody's hand.
The people standing next to Aribell and Tasha and Gwenlaryn very, very shyly take their hands.
I squeeze.
All right. And everybody fits. Everything's okay?
It's
okay.
very tight.
I figured as much.
Glad
But
we had showers.
Yeah. And I finished the rune to send them straight to the sanctum and release it.
all right. And with a flash, they all disappear. And at the same time, the runes on the ground flare and vanish.
Okay. All right, teleportation circle 1. And then I will wait to hear from Tasha.
So we help
That
out.
they're all out, or
Yeah, that we have them outside of the circle room, which is in the main temple, if I remember right.
So we get to the main temple.
Yes. You appear in the basement of the main structure.
It's gonna be green there. I forgot. I forgot to tell him that. That's okay. That's gonna be awesome.
At least it's not cold here, like
That's
other
right.
parts of town of the continent would be. So that would be a huge shock to go from desert to snow.
So,
Yeah.
so we lead them out. I say, please follow me. And we.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then and they're like, and they follow.
Yeah.
Walking out, just kind of looking around. They look discomfited because they clearly recognize that they're in
A temple.
a temple of some kind,
Yeah.
and several of them look scared. Yeah.
Yeah.
I point to the symbol, and the ones that I healed obviously saw me hold that when I healed them, and so I touch my symbol and kind of to try to convey that this is a temple of healing.
Good. Yeah.
Okay. You lead them outside, and there is a young woman in robes, and as the procession begins to depart, go ahead and flip this out. As the procession begins to depart the citadel, she turns tail and goes running for the artist temple.
Okay.
The
I'm
slaves,
not there, but bring a translator.
the slaves come out and immediately are looking around like, what is this? And several of them kneel down and just like are petting the grass.
Understandable.
Shortly, Master Ranro comes trotting across the campus. This was a brave thing that you all did. I would enjoy hearing the entire tale at some point. But first, we must see to these poor individuals. I'm led to believe that they do not speak common.
They do not.
Well, I prepared for that. And she begins to hum a tune that switches keys several times within the span of about 30 seconds. And then steps up and claps her hands and begins to speak in something that sounds like their language.
Ooh, awesome.
And they all immediately turn and look at her. And she talks for 3 or 4 minutes. And slowly you start to see some heads nodding. And then a few tentative smiles. And even the curmudgeonly ones start to look a little bit less grumpy. She is a master bard, after all. And she finishes speaking, and all of the former slaves begin to follow the young apprentice that originally was stationed to watch, and she's leading them all toward the Kringle.
Oh.
Tasha, do you want to message Zori?
Zori, all is well.
Then I tell Canaath, I might need your help because teleportation, right? We would have to take the magic carpet out of the thing, put the bodies on the ground, right? Because it won't teleport them on the carpet, correct?
Yeah, it would. It'll teleport anything in the circle.
Oh, good. All right. So then I take the carpet and put it, and then I draw the circle around it, and I have him stand in it.
Okay.
And then I cast teleportation circle.
All right.
And before I do, I wave to Tef because I'm sure he's watching us.
Have a safe trip.
Thank you for all your help.
Come back and see us sometime.
We sure will. And then teleportation circle.
Okay. And you appear in the basement of the Citadel, where several novices are trotting down the steps toward you carrying stretchers.
Nice.
Awesome.
And I help them get people situated and, take a couple on the carpet if I need to. Just walk with them.
Okay.
And then I'm going to go with them to wherever they're going and explain, they don't speak the language. They're going to be really confused. This is going to be all new, blah, blah, blah.
They're all taken to the Temple of Terora.
Okay. Yeah, that's good.
Where they are met by Father Dilbus.
And I tell him that. That's what I tell him. Obviously.
I think I'll follow out when I see Zori come out. I'll follow her to the temple as well.
We have been preparing. I'm absolutely certain that we will be able to take care of these poor souls.
Thank you, Father Dilbus.
I would like to hear how this all came about at some point. It seems a rather brave and foolhardy errand, but you have clearly been successful, and those of you I have seen do not look the worse for wear. So,
interesting journey.
Well, I look forward to hearing about it, but for now, let's get these poor souls back on their feet. Everyone, follow me. We're headed to the main sanctuary.
And he begins leading this procession of stretchers into the main hall in the Temple of Terora.
Because it's not a quick thing, right? It's what we had to do for JoJo, right?
Well, they're probably going to be using Raised Dead.
Oh, okay.
So, and I don't think that takes a terrible long time to cast. It's an hour.
Oh, good. Okay.
So.
Aribell and I, are you going to stay here?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. I'm going to ask her where everybody else was, run over to wherever they are, and tell them that's where we are. To all that silly running around. And then, I guess, wait for Aralakhis at some point.
Yes.
maybe I'll tell them that that's where Aribell is, and I'll go wait at the
And
Sanctum.
and you'll send Canaath back to Thunder's Edge.
Oh yeah.
You may have already done it. I don't.
No, I haven't yet. I forgot.
Canaath followed you up to the temple but did not go in.
Got it.
When
That's
you
fine.
come back out, he begins following you again at
Okay.
a respectful distance.
Okay. Yeah, same thing. Oh gosh. We're gonna wait until Aralahkis gets here so that Aralahkis may tell them that you're coming, because you'll be coming in at the teleportation circle in the keep, and I don't want them to be unaware, if that's okay.
All right. Gwen and Tasha, where are you?
Ooh. I'm gonna go to the Kringle
Okay.
just to see how the people are doing.
Zori is going to Aralakhis, is that right? No?
Yeah, I'm gonna wait by the teleportation circle for him to show up.
So that's what I'll do too.
All right. And Canaath finds a seat a few rows back and just settles himself down. At the Kringle, the first real smiles are visible on some of the faces because they are all eating muffins.
Mm.
And they're sitting in the grass, and they're kind of still looking around and looking at the sky and petting the grass, and they seem to actually be having a nice time. Aribell, what are you doing? You said you were staying in the temple.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously can't cast, but pray and be there to, if there's any help they need.
Okay. Several of the probably upperclassmen are there with scrolls, and they are beginning the recitations and the preparation of the body that goes along with the spell. So it's going to be a little while, because as I said, it takes an hour to cast. But you can see that they have enough people and enough scrolls that they're going to be able to bring back all 8 at once, like roughly right around the same time.
Wow.
I was just going to ask if they needed any help. So. Okay.
They'll need a translator. I know I told that, but
Yeah. When they wake up, they're not going to have any idea where they are or what's going on. So.
After about the first 10 minutes or so, Father Dilbus comes over to stand next to you.
Well, now all we have to do is wait.
Is Sir Arlo in residence?
I believe she's here. This is a bit beyond her skills, as I'm sure you will know. But I do believe she's here somewhere. I can send a page to find her if you wish.
I just wanted to check in on something we spoke about last time I was here.
Ah, well, you know where her office is. If you If you are of such a mind, you're welcome to go and see if she's there. As I said, you know this is going to take some time.
I'll be back shortly then. It's always wonderful to see you.
And it's a joy to see you. And a joy to see you living the precepts of Terrorist philosophy, saving all of these souls.
It's important to all of us.
He pats your hand.
I squeeze his and then I make my way to her office.
Her door is open. She is seated at her desk, working on some sort of paperwork.
Knock on the door.
I wondered when I'd be seeing you again. Please, come in.
She walks in. We brought some in need of healing in multiple ways.
Oh, yes, I've heard. And I'm sure that others have said this to you before, but this will be a tale worth telling, if you catch my drift.
I have a feeling dinner will be a very interesting affair tonight.
Likely.
So that we only have to tell it one time instead of 12. I'll probably leave that to Tasha. She has the way with the words.
She does indeed. I'll look forward to that. So, what can I do for you?
Well, since we were here, I thought I'd check in on the matter and what we talked about last time we were here.
DM to Pam, remind me.
It's
been way long now.
The sword.
Ah, yes. Ah. Well, there was some question in council. This tale that you will tell this evening should quell the questioners. Then it will simply be a matter of dedicating the time. We will need to know what style of weapon you prefer, and you will need to take part in the ritual, and it will take 3 days.
Okay.
We will have to check and see when the Sword Temple has an opening for the people with the requirements necessary to craft such a weapon. And you will need to think of a name.
I'll take Pam 3 days.
So the first step is the telling of the tale this evening. If that has the effect that I assume it will have, then the next step is to contact the Sword Temple and find out their timing, and then we will have a schedule.
Thank you. I'm honored.
It's clear to me that you have earned this honor, so you don't need to thank me. You've done all the work.
I'll make sure. I'm sure Tasha will do the story justice, but it's obviously wasn't meant for a story, but
No, but that is what our brothers and sisters in the Artist Temple are good at. Taking the violent, the mundane, the distasteful, and turning it into something that is memorable that also teaches a lesson. In that I find great appreciation in their actions. So we shall see. But I don't worry.
Is the inn the best, the respite, the best place for dinner tonight?
I believe that this is a guess, but I believe that the High Curate is going to want to hear this tale as well. It is not often that we receive 56 refugees from the Temple of Jogravanan. Not only are we in a position to save 56 new souls to us, but we are also in a position, once we gain their trust, of learning about the culture that they came from and extending our understanding of what those terrible people have done to them.
When we were speaking with them last night, they mentioned Gyarados. So it seems like their understanding of the good gods is all pre-shattering.
Gyarados. The name sounds familiar, but I can't immediately place it. But you say it's pre-shattering.
I think one of the good gods pre-shattering. I'm thinking probably from my cleric training versus my paladin study.
Well, I will definitely find out. It would be helpful to know what they expect.
If there isn't information to be found here, we may be able to check in with our dragon contacts, as they would have more knowledge of the pre-shattering.
Indeed. Well, if we cannot find it in the stacks here, I may prevail upon you to do just that. We want to be able to reassure them and not behave in a way that will make them suspicious or distrustful any more than they likely already are.
We've made some inroads, thanks to a young gentleman at the Oasis and the Wastes that could speak their language.
Oh, fortuitous.
Yes.
Well, I must return to this. Paperwork does not do itself.
Better you than me.
It is part of what I signed up for, although it's not a part I particularly enjoy.
I will see you at dinner.
Terrara be with you.
And you, as you slog through that.
I'm sure she will.
Head back out to the sanctuary and see how it's going.
Okay. Gwen and Zorith, probably 15 minutes goes by, just kind of sitting in the silence. And then there's a and standing in the center of the circle, surrounded by crates, is Aralakhis. Whew. I forget how big this place is.
Thank you for bringing supplies.
Yeah, no problem. I
for
didn't
coming here.
know really what they'd need, so there's clothes, there's some healing potions, food, water, a little bit of alcohol.
I'm going to look out to see if that girl is still there. Is there any kind of attendant
No.
or novice or anything?
No, there's no one in there but you two, him, and Canaath.
Shoot. Okay.
Aralahkis peers.
Huh. The hell are you doing here?
I was hired.
Really? By who?
Wigillium.
Ah, shit.
It's a funny story, actually. Not really funny enough. I would know the teleportation circle. We need to get all that stuff out in case somebody comes. Right?
Yep.
So I'm actually going to ask Canaath if he would run back and grab a novice to gather some more novices to pull the stuff out of there. I mean, he's a grown-up. He can go run and grab somebody because I need to talk to Aralahkis. Please, would you be so kind as to do that for me?
Sure.
He gets up and kind of saunters out.
I was going to send him back to Thunder's Edge, but I wasn't sure if him just showing up unannounced in the teleportation circle would be okay. So I wasn't sure if you needed to
Don't
tell
worry
anybody.
about it. I'll take him back with me.
Okay.
So
yeah.
I'm just going to teleport back.
Okay. Figured. Yeah, once we get everybody to move this stuff out of here, we'll...
Yeah, well...
And, let's see. Aralahkis intones a mystical chant, moves his hands in a certain way, and then just gestures, and all the crates lift into the air. And he...
Oh, shit.
Where do you want me to take him?
I have no idea. Let's go to... And then I ask wherever Gwen went. Oh, they went to the...
Well, Gwen's still with you.
No, I know, but when they originally went to the...
Oh, okay.
The gridiron or whatever it's called, the girder,
The Kringle.
the Kringle, yeah. So I don't know if they would need them there. At least let's take them out of the teleportation circle.
All right. He gestures, and the boxes basically form into a single sort of bobbing line. And
I love that movie.
they follow. He heads out, and the boxes float after him.
Yeah, I didn't know that. So I guess Gwen and I go out in the area looking for Canaath and somebody to tell us where to put the stuff, I guess.
I'm looking for an opportunity to speak with Aralahkis privately.
Canaath is trotting back toward the citadel with a couple robed novices in tow. And comes to a kind of screeching halt.
Yeah, I didn't know he could do that either. So, and I asked the novices where it should go, and then...
And they say they don't know, but they'll run off and find out. And Aralahkis just kind of brings them out and sets them in a nice, neat pile. So they can be fetched.
Right, okay. I tell him that I guess everybody's at the Kringle. will be doing dinner there, I assume, or lunch, or who knows? Everything's up in the air right now. Do I have the wherewithal or the knowledge that Gwen wants to speak to Aralakhis alone?
I don't know how you would.
Well, you don't? Haven't you ever seen somebody who wants to like talk to somebody, like they hang back and they do all the things? Plus, we already know that.
Well, make a perception check.
Plus, we already know that he's going to tell us about the whelp. 16. What would you like it to be, sir?
Perception.
22.
It does appear that Gwen is watching for an opportunity to talk to Aralakhis without anybody else around.
All right, I say I'm going to go to the Kringle. We'll see you guys, and just head off.
And Canaath kind of stands there for a second and then...
Come with me. Oh, Aralakhis is going to take you back. He's going to do a teleport. It's not going to even big worry. Let's go get you something to eat and drink.
All right. And he turns and saunters off, leaving Gwen and Aralakhis standing there.
You have word?
I got lots of words.
You know what I mean.
Yeah.
You talked with him?
I did.
And?
Well, he's alive.
That I heard. That's what you got. He's alive.
He sounds older. It was weird. Something's happened to him. Either that or he's sick. But didn't sound sick.
Did you ask him if he were sick?
It was a sending spell.
Are you sick?
Didn't think about that possibility till after we were done. But I don't know, it just sounds... Well, you know, you've dealt with older people. They get to a certain point where they just start to get weary of everything. That's what he sounded like. So I don't know what he's been doing.
Any indication that he... So how did you get in touch with him then?
I sent him a sending, and I basically told him that that his father ordered him to respond. Now, Tremaine didn't say
his
that,
response?
but he responded. And he basically said, I'm alive, I'm working, lots to do, lots already done, but I'm making a difference, I think. There, tell Father I responded. But it was the tone of voice.
So, no indication that he would be returning.
No. I got the sense that he's in the middle of something. That whole lots to do, lots already been done kind of suggests in the middle of something.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah, for whatever I did.
And I hurry after Zori.
All right. There are several novices plus what appears to be a ranking paladin of Terrora headed for Aralakhis and the crates as you depart. At the Kringle, there are 56 individuals, some wearing brighter clothing, some wearing some raggedier clothing. Is raggedier a word?
More raggedy?
Sure. Some of them are sitting, talking. Some of them are lying on their back, just kind of gazing up at the sky. Some are still munching on the remains of muffins. This is
I get Canaath some food and drink.
Okay.
Explain, displays, all the things.
Kind of like the bakery back in Thunder's Edge.
Kinda.
About this time, this is when Gwen would arrive, and about when Aribell would arrive.
I mean, is there someone with the tongue spell still? Here
Yes.
is Captain Ranro still here?
Yes. Master Ranro, yes.
Master Ranro. I would say to them, we're kind of at an impasse. We don't know what to do. I know it is unexpected to just bring 56 new people into this and try to get them on their feet, but thank you so much, and we're so grateful.
We are happy to be able to help in this endeavor. There are so many facets to this. So many different possibilities, but you have just opened up the world for these people. They have known nothing but suffering and degradation. Until now.
Yeah.
It's clear that the Lady Dressfiend is smiling down upon all of this because their joy right now is palpable. And I would venture a guess that there's not been much joy in their lives, if any.
Probably not.
We have lodging prepared for them. We have consolidated our students to free up a dormitory that is more than spacious enough to house all of them, including their fallen comrades. And we will immediately begin communicating with them and teaching them the common tongue.
Oof. Okay.
So that they will be able to communicate with us more easily, and we will be more easily understood by them. From
It's gonna be
there,
a hard road.
From there, we will determine what skills they have, if any, what lives they would wish to pursue. I expect this, too, is a decision none of them have ever been faced with, so I don't imagine it will be easy or quick. But we, the leaders of the temples, met with the High Curate, and it was a unanimous decision that these people be taken as wards of the collected temples, wards of the Sanctum. And we will see to their integration. We will see to their education. We will see to their physical and spiritual nourishment. And we will gently introduce them to our concept of gods. For I am certain that for them religion was nothing but terror.
Yeah. Well, they are in very capable hands.
I'm so thankful. So thankful.
It is what the gods and the goddesses ask us to do, to care for one another, to care for the least among us, and these are truly the least of their society. We are going to make them equals in ours. And to supply freedom and fairness and justice to those who have known none of those things. Can there be a higher calling?
Perhaps there cannot.
And we get to introduce them to beauty, to music, to poetry. Things that will lift their spirits. And while I don't imagine they would be homesick per se, there may be those who left friends and family behind. And they will need consoling. And they will receive only kindness and understanding from us, and we will make them as comfortable and as happy as they allow us to.
If you can teach them to read,
Oh, of course.
it could bring them so many possibilities.
That will go hand in hand with teaching them the spoken language. In fact, we were discussing that might be a useful activity for some of our younger students who have grown up reading and speaking common. Something that they can do to give back. It's a rare opportunity, and we're going to make the most of it for them and for us.
I am so thankful.
I am also to tell you that we will be meeting in the High Curate's private dining chamber in the Citadel for dinner this evening.
All right.
I believe that the leaders of all four temples will be there, as well as the High Curate. Everyone wants to know how this came about. To my knowledge, no one has ever liberated 56 Jogravanan slaves at once before.
We do like to outdo ourselves, don't
I mean, we kind of are a big deal.
Just a bit.
We had help.
we did.
We had lots of help.
What I find most interesting is that we discovered that there is an oasis in the desert of good people.
Really?
There's a town that is the only freshwater source for maybe all of the desert, I don't know. And in that town, there are just a community of people who wisely use that water as a means of protecting themselves, but also as a resource that they can, as a commodity, right? And apparently they are aware of what I can only call Western Aecathan, and there are towns that we know nothing about.
We can definitely talk about this tonight, but it is.
Yes, but that was the
It's been a crazy week.
It sounds like it.
We've learned a lot.
And I have family.
And Gwenlaryn is not an orphan. She has an uncle and a grandfather and a cousin.
I'm so pleased for you. That's wonderful.
It's an unexpected delight.
Huh. Well, it seems, once again, you have had quite the adventure.
Yep. We keep having those.
Well, I am going to begin escorting these people to the dormitory. And once I get them all there, then I will cast tongues again and explain to them as best I can what the immediate plan is. Hopefully, by the time I get all of them there and settled, their companions that are being tended to in the Heart Temple will be back on their feet and able to join them. And I'm going to ask the ones that are here now to explain to the ones who have just been returned what is happening. Because I'm certain they would rather hear it from their own than from me. In the meantime, you are more than welcome to visit the Kringle, to go to the inn, have a drink, relax. Dinner will be at sunset. So you may do whatever you wish until then. Tasha, you would know that probably 4 hours until sunset.
All right. So I guess we should go get a room or two.
Unless we want to simply cast the mansion.
Oh, we
somewhere.
couldn't we?
Yeah.
Oh, I always forget. Well, we might as well.
Why not?
So I cast the mansion.
You're gonna cast it out in front of the Kringle?
No.
Because that's
No,
where you all are at the moment.
Well, I'll find, like a nice group of trees that will give us a little more privacy, I guess.
Okay, well, there's trees all around the outer edge of the sanctum proper, so.
Yeah. So I head south. And
Okay.
Find a nice grouping of trees, and in the middle of the grouping I will cast the mansion.
Okay. Are you casting it in the original format or the Zorith flying practice?
Ooh, Zorith flying practice.
Okay.
Yay!
That is the new normal.
Okay.
Yay! Thanks.
So that Zori has more time to practice.
Because she needs all the practice she can get.
Okay.
Sideways. Okay, that's not all right. And then try to be back. Maybe the other way. Shit.
And then I go out to my room and get pen and paper, and I begin writing down the story. And once I have the story written down, then I start writing the song.
Okay. All right. So that's what Tasha's doing. What are the rest of you doing in your downtime?
Well, before Tasha goes upstairs to do that, I tell her that the fate of my holy weapon depends on her storytelling.
No pressure.
Oh yeah, by the way, make it good tonight. I mean,
I'm teasing.
Don't
may just wanna-
screw it up.
You may just want to tell a story and then work on the
I
song
wasn't
later.
gonna sing the song tonight.
I was like,
That's too much.
I'm just teasing. I have no doubt.
But I will tell the story.
I think Aribell is going to go to the kitchen
Okay.
and bake or something and kind of unwind that way.
Okay. Gwenlaryn.
I think I'm just going to do a little target practice, and then
Well, there isn't any
Maybe
place to
look-
do target practice at this point.
I
That
thought we
room
were passing the mansion.
that room has been converted into Zorith's practice room.
she can
Oh,
use the
I
bottom.
see. It's okay.
Yeah, there's
Um,
there's no targets or anything. It's just a big empty room, so
Oh, we can make some fake targets, some fancy chairs.
It's okay.
Pull the fancy chairs there, and
I think that Gwen's going to go work on some arrows, like some fletching.
okay. Gwen, in your head. Hey, where'd you all go? I'm getting ready to head back and take the elf with me. Wanted to say bye.
Oh. Oops.
I'll go find him since
Yeah.
others are busy.
You come get us.
I'll
Say goodbye.
Okay, do you just go by yourself, or do you...
I'll just go by myself. I know others are busy. I mean, did he say this to all of us or just to me?
Well, he used a sending spell, and he sent it to you.
Okay. Well, I'll tell the others. Aralakhis wanted to say goodbye. Seems like you're busy, but I can go
I'll go
say
with you.
goodbye to him. Okay.
I don't want her saying goodbye to Canaath by herself.
right. And I'll if you guys come tell me, I'll go also. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm telling everyone, all of you.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, I'll go.
Okay.
I will go as well.
All right.
I thought I was saving you all the trouble.
It's okay.
I mean, it's Aralahkis. We're gonna say goodbye.
It's only fair to say goodbye to Aralahkis.
I mean, he brought a whole bunch of stuff and was gonna totally take 56 people and put them somewhere.
I thought
Yes.
he'd already left, so.
Oh.
Aralakhis and Canaath are standing in front of the citadel. Oh, there you are.
Sorry. Give him a hug.
Ah,
Thank you for coming.
Thank you for your assistance.
well, you done good.
We try.
And, this one here, he jerks a thumb at Canaath, has not stopped talking about the four of you. Just on and on about how great you are. And Canaath is just looking at him with this look of absolute disgust.
Canaath, we appreciate your watchful eye, even though we didn't ask for it. Please don't kill Wiki or maim him.
No promises.
Yes, I would like to do that myself.
No promises. We're going to have a chat.
Chats are okay.
Yeah, just make sure he's still walking after the chat. He's got other things to do.
He didn't realize what he did.
Nah.
Don't make
Well,
contracts anymore either.
Don't blame Wiggy for your lack of questioning about the job.
bye.
Pleasure to meet you, Canaath. I hope our paths.
Hugs and kisses, Kenneth.
I'm sincere.
I give Aralahkis a hug.
Canaath shoots Gwenlaryn such a look of disgust.
I also give Aralahkis a hug. And I say to Canaath, good luck to you. May you make better bargains.
I'll take
And
that.
Did we know how much Wiggy paid him?
Yeah, $2,000.
Oh, 2,000 gold pieces.
I give Aralahkis a awkward hug. I don't think we do this. But everybody else is doing it, so it's like, I guess I do this?
Yeah, what the hell.
So I kind of, like the one-handed,
Yeah, it's a hardship hugging beautiful women, I know. But yeah. All right. Come here, elf. Is this something that he would notice, Aribell?
Yeah, he's gonna notice. I'm sure. He's a rogue.
Okay.
I try to not do it obviously in front of like Gwen, who'll be obnoxious about it.
Make a sleight of hand check.
Okay. Whatever I roll plus what?
You can
And
guide
11.
yourself.
Are you tipping him?
Well, wait.
Oh,
Wait.
For guidance help, 15.
Okay. The other three of you roll perception.
Oh,
Oh,
that has to just roll a 2 or higher.
yeah, okay. So, 16.
21.
Sorry.
12.
Okay.
12.
Zorith does not notice.
No.
But Gwen and Tasha, you both see Aribell slip a pouch to Canaath.
Maybe it's her phone number. You don't know.
Are you serious?
He didn't ask for this crap. That's Pam. Sorry.
Nor did we.
Well, so she just does that. Is that what you say?
Yeah, I say, like, are you serious?
I'm just walking away. I'm walking away. I'm going back to my room, and I'm going to write down the story.
Tasha turns tail and walks away.
And I just shake my head the whole time as I'm walking away.
I just can't believe that.
Canaath looks at
You literally
Aralahkis.
paid somebody to spy on us.
He didn't
Let's go.
spy on us.
Yeah, probably not a bad idea. Come here.
Whatever
Aralahkis
we did.
walks over next to Canaath.
Did he take the pouch?
Yes. And
A few arcane words, a few gestures, and they're both gone.
Good riddance.
He kind of took advantage of him.
If he didn't bother to ask questions about the job he took, that sounds like a him problem.
Well, he probably did, but Wiggy answered them.
Sorry, that's a true point.
And yet he took the job, knowing Wiggy.
If
He also
He took it
followed
for-
it through when it would have been easier to leave when we.
he was honor bound to do the job.
Exactly.
He was honor bound to do the job, but he didn't ask enough probing questions. He should have
Because
made
He
should have-
should
he
have.
should have made a better bargain than the one that he did. Which is why I wished that in the future he made better ones.
Yes, he should.
And I'm sure that he's learned a lot from this and therefore does not need a tip.
Well, I think that I'm allowed to spend my money how I wish.
You are indeed, and that is why I am shaking my head and leaving. And then I leave.
So, how much did you give him?
I didn't have a whole lot on me, so it's like 150 gold. I had 10 platinum and I had like 95 gold, so almost 200 gold.
He's also going to be insulted that you did that, which is
Good.
the only reason why it's funny.
Why would he be insulted?
Because you paid him
I gave him a 10% tip. That's fair.
for the honor. I
paid him as a courtesy for what the shit he had to put up with.
No, I understand why you did it, but
he
he's
was
not
supposed
going
to not even. We weren't even supposed to know he was there. So the very fact that you're giving him money is like pointing out to him his failure.
She's not wrong.
We don't know
Which
this.
I'm okay with. I mean,
He took it. If he
Yeah.
was insulted, he'd have given it back.
Okay.
maybe he felt like he deserved the insult.
Well, then you should be happy, because that's all you've done since we met him.
Well, I prefer insults that don't also line his pockets, but that's me.
We have a lot of money. It's okay. You never know. We might need someone with his skills. I'd rather not leave on bad terms.
Oh, he is never
That
working
ship
with
has
us
already
again.
sailed.
Oh yeah. He does not like us. He doesn't.
Well,
even
That's
at
not
like
least-
true.
me.
He just doesn't like Gwen.
Oh, he really doesn't like Gwen. Really, really.
I think he's
Oh
indifferent.
no, my feelings are so hurt.
I think he's
Yeah,
indifferent. to the rest of us.
I know.
Yeah,
the
Gago
feeling-
Gago told you that his thoughts were fairly neutral for the other three, but very, very angry and hostile towards Gwen.
He certainly doesn't want to have anything to do with us.
Well,
I really doubt that he
it's
does.
irrelevant. It was my money to do with what I
Oh,
chose.
no, absolutely. I am not arguing. It is your money. I respect your wishes. But I am going to point out that he probably will be insulted when he finds that money.
Well, I put it in his hand. It wasn't a find. He knows what
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought I thought she slipped it to him.
Well, yeah, I slipped it
She-
to him. I didn't want you guys to make a big
Right.
deal.
She didn't want the rest of you to see it. That's why I had her roll sleight of hand.
I see. Okay.
I put it right in his hand.
Yeah.
He knew what.
All right. Yeah. I mean, yes, he took it, but I'm sure he's still insulted.
Anyway,
He's a prideful little thing.
aren't we all? And I
Mm.
look at the group.
The rest of the afternoon passes rather quickly, and it gets to be sunset. Aribell, make a history check.
Stop it, cat. Sing for it. My character sheet. 22.
It takes a couple minutes during the trip back to the Citadel to remember exactly what path of staircases in the Citadel takes you to the High Curate's private dining room. But you're able to guide everybody there without a wrong turn. Although a couple times it was a guess. But opening the door, it appears that everyone else who's going to be there is there, including the High Curate. Everyone is just kind of standing around chatting.
Smile and walk in.
And Master Ranro, standing towards the back, begins to clap. And for a few uncomfortable seconds, she's the only one clapping. And then Master the High Priest, Master Boffin starts clapping, and then Father Dilba starts clapping, and Sir Aralahkis starts clapping, and pretty soon everyone's clapping.
I don't know when you think the uncomfortableness is worn off, but not quite yet. That I am very uncomfortable.
I bow.
I don't know what to do, so I curtsy.
She curtsied
Because I
out.
learned how to do that not all that long ago. So
Right?
You sure did. You curtsy better than I bow curtsy.
Of course, the elaborate curtsy looks kind of odd when you're not actually wearing a dress. But,
Right.
you know,
I imagine so.
It does. As the applause dies down, the High Curate steps forward. We are here tonight to celebrate the freeing of 56 tormented souls, and to hear the tale of how such a thing is possible. Of course, they need no introduction, but I will say, if anyone could have done this thing, it surprises me not that it was the Four. So please, everyone be seated. We'll have some food, we'll have some wine, and then we'll have the story that we all are so very curious about. Everyone starts to move toward the table and seat themselves. Master Ranro walks up beside you, Aribell, and says, as you're walking to the table, I found Gyarados. Pre-shattering deity of expression and joy and freedom.
Dressing?
Kind of.
Similar.
Right.
Probably occupied the same general place. But obviously no longer here. I'm very much looking forward to finding out how this legend maintained amongst this slave population so long after anyone would have benefited from worshipping this particular deity.
I wonder, when I think of Lady Dressfiend and bards and storytelling, that perhaps a similar with the Gyarados of story passed from generation to generation. Story of hope.
Perhaps. I do look forward to finding out, and I will of course let you know when I do. But it will likely be some time.
Thank you for letting me know.
Of course. So, dinner is brought in. Very, very good steaks. Potatoes, vegetables, fresh baked bread. A very, very nice, hearty red wine. And just casual conversation during the meal. After it's clear that everyone has finished eating, the High Curate stands, getting everyone's attention. And now, if the representatives of the Artist Temple will forgive me, the moment we've all been waiting for. There's a little chuckle. I would like to hear from the four. You may all speak, or if you have appointed a spokesperson, the floor is yours. And she sits down.
I stand and I say, we are honored to be here once more. It all began simply enough. We were asked to find out why the Jogravanans had not attacked Thunder's Edge for some time, really. So we went out to the desert and we were on our flying carpet and we saw this large caravan of Jogravanans with what was clearly a lot of slaves. And some of us wanted to save all of them right then. And some of us were not convinced that that was wise. And so we asked for a little help or a conversation with one of our dragon friends, and she mentioned that there was an oasis and that maybe the Jogravanans were headed there. And so we went to the oasis to see exactly what these people were like. And not only did we find that they were good and honest, but that they were also in part related to Gwenlaryn, which gave us a lot more credibility than we might have had otherwise. And we mentioned that there was a caravan coming and that they were they had many slaves with them, And that we weren't okay with that. And so the mayor of the town, or the leader of the town, suggested that he attempt to parlay water, which is what the Oasis has in a, nearly endless supply, to barter the water, or access to the water, for the lives of the slaves, which seemed like the most likely way that we could possibly pull this off. And after a bit of wrangling and, attempts to be huffy, the Jogravanans said fine. They would let one slave leave for each person who went through with water. And after about 15 people, or slaves, made it to safety, the Jogravanans attempted to kill the rest of the slaves. And so, and they attempted to kill them with beings that are half human and half scorpion. Fearsome, horrible, nasty things.
Centaur, right? Centaur scorpion?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Master Ranro leans over to Sir Aralo and whispers something, and Sir Aralo just kind of raises an eyebrow.
And so we fought the creatures, and we saved as many as we possibly could. 4 of them we were unable to save, as they were basically grabbed by the scorpions and whisked away under the sand so that we could not follow them. And we managed to get the rest of the slaves and the people that had perished into the Oasis. And the rest of it, we managed to bring them here, and that is how we did it. It was difficult, and without the help of the Oasis folk, we would not have been able to do it. And so we are grateful for the help that they provided us when they didn't have to. And we are forever in their debt. They also told us that not only is there this oasis that has been there for hundreds of years, I'm guessing, but there's also a section of Aecathan that we know nothing of until previously, called Western Aecathan. And they have their own communities, their own way of life, and they are not all that dissimilar to the way we live. And so I'm sure that we will travel that way so that we can learn more about them and bring that information back to our people. And that is the story, the long and the short of it.
A dark-skinned woman leans forward
Do you happen to know exactly where this oasis is in relation to, say, Thunder's Edge?
Was it 3 or 4 days journey?
You would
Is it-
know with your keen mind.
Yes, I would. Tasha knows and she answers.
It would be helpful if you could show us on a map that we might add it to the collected knowledge.
I do so.
Well, you will later. She doesn't have a map.
Oh, yes,
So-
I would be happy to.
And
It was rather amazing. We will go back, obviously.
Father Dilbus leans forward.
So, tell us a bit more about this Oasis community. Apparently, Gwen has family there, and you say that they are good. Can you tell us some of the people that you met?
Well, we met a dwarf, no, a halfling.
Mhm.
A halfling who owns a restaurant there. We met the mayor. We met people who sell magical items. It was a town, not unlike the towns that we have, filled with artisans and magic users,
They have magical water.
and they, because it's an oasis, they have magical water. There's a spell that unless you are a member of the community, you cannot actually access the water unless you're given a magical token.
Hmm.
And that is how they keep that water as a commodity for travelers. The travelers must pay for the token in order to receive the water.
Master Ranro says, and the gods? Are the gods represented in this community? Have they temples or shrines?
I don't remember. Were there temples?
I don't recall any temples or shrines, but we know that Gwen's grandfather mentioned Quispa, so I believe they still worship the same gods here.
The High Curate leans forward. So there is more to our world than we ever suspected.
Well, I believe that pre-shattering, we had knowledge that has been lost.
Sadly, that is likely true. Has Lord Bonethane been apprised of this development yet?
Not yet, no.
I assume that he will want to mount a delegation.
Yes, he most likely will.
We wanted to get the rescued here.
Of course, of course. When you inform his lordship, please also inform him that we would consider it a courtesy if he were to include some of our number in such a delegation.
I will.
I think it would be of utmost importance for us to represent our gods there and find out if they are even known in this western Aecathan. And if so,
Indeed.
to make contact with our sisters and brothers in that land.
Wouldn't that be something?
I have hope.
It might be dangerous. The Jogravanan were many in number, and it is dangerous over the hills, right? Am I remembering that correctly?
And
Jeff?
we have quite annoyed them.
Oh,
They're very upset.
you're talking about the Dune Mount.
Yes.
About the perils of crossing the Dune Mount. Yeah, they talked about that at the Oasis.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm expressing it to her that
It is a hard journey, a dangerous journey, and the Jogravanan are pretty upset. I think they considered the slaves their pets.
What a horrible idea. Humans, sentient creatures as pets. That's
agree.
revolting.
Yes.
It is distasteful. But I would expect nothing less from those who would worship the gods of evil.
And worship they do.
Well, you have done a great service not only to those you rescued, but also to all of us in known Aecathan. To learn that there is more that survived the shattering when we thought it was just us.
I imagine that the metallic dragons know more than they realize they know. Because they existed before the shattering, they have knowledge that they don't even realize we don't have yet. And we should ask them more about this.
Well, I hope that when you do, you will share the knowledge that you glean from them with us.
Of course.
I find myself very curious to think that all these decades there have been entire other civilizations recovering from the shattering and trying to rebuild lives and cultures and towns. And we knew nothing. At the risk of sounding disrespectful, you would think at some point one of our gods would have said something. And there's a few chuckles around the table. And Master Ranro says, "Oh, you know, they don't like making it too easy on us. They expect us to do all the heavy lifting." And there's a few other chuckles and some nods. This is true, but they never give us more than we are capable of. Well, I look forward to hearing any additions to this story as you find out more. And I will look forward to hearing from Lord Bonethane or his emissaries as to how the Sanctum can best serve him as a member of his delegation.
I will be sure to let him know.
Very well. I thank you all for joining us for this meal. I must head to my chambers. I have sunrise services to perform in the morning. I must prepare and rest. But you are welcome to remain here as long as you like.
Thank you.
And I will see you all, those of you who will still be here. I will see you all for services in the morning. Aribell, Gwenlaryn, Tasha, Zorith, thank you. And she rises and bows her head to the table and turns and exits the room.
Well, I feel we should go. I am tired. It has been a long couple of days, and I would like to sleep, and then we can decide what to do in the morning. But I imagine we have to go see Bonethane and report.
Seems a good plan.
Father Dilbus walks over.
That was a very impressive tale. Even more so than I had expected, actually. Well, I won't keep you. You certainly deserve your rest, but do, Aribell, stop in and say farewell before you depart. Good evening, ladies.
Of course. Good night, Father Dilbus.
And the rest of the assembled kind of nod and wish you good night and good rest as they head out. And within just a couple minutes, it's just the four of you standing in the formal dining room.
Oh my god.
You
Bed.
think I did okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Anything for you?
So now we're just gonna walk to the
Back to the
grindy
mansion.
spot
Yes.
into the mansion. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep.
And as you enter and the door closes behind you, you really feel the weariness caused by the last couple days and all of the effort and all of the stress and all of the adventure. And a good night's sleep is definitely what's called for. And that is where we will stop.
Yay!
So, well done, well done. And we will find out what the next day brings next Tuesday. So, remember, the COVID virus has not gone away. It just keeps mutating, and this new one is especially terrible for children. So do what you need to do to keep the kids safe, to keep yourself safe, to keep those you care about safe. And if that means wearing a mask, well, soldier up and wear the mask. We want to make sure that you and everyone you care about stays healthy. That's the most important thing. And then, if you're feeling all right, next Tuesday, you can join us once again and let us welcome you back to the lands of Aecathan. Good night, everybody.